Alright, and I think we should be live. Hey Kiwi, can you hear me? I was just, I had some microphone issues yesterday, which, uh, after stream I was playing a little bit about with my, with the overall thing. Um, and it suddenly just started working again, and I don't know why, but it did. But hey, but that means we're back to having sound again. Do I sound any weird or anything like that? But let me show you what we sort of did yesterday, because we did a thing. We did a thing. So, like, this is how far we made it to the with the Kraken, like the upper part of it. Um, which looks pretty alright. But now we're sort of getting into the shaping our uh, of our base, and I've sort of done that more over here. Mike is again good. Thank you for asking, Jen. Mm. So we made this version of it over here, where we do have where we're going to be putting our base. This is going to be sort of what it's like being inside of our base here, which does look pretty incredible. This is actually pretty close to uh, water level in real Minecraft is 64, right? Which means right here, well, we can just simulate it with a piece of that's water level, which is pretty close to what I actually want. Like I want it to slowly go downwards towards here, so that's all good. And this is layer minus 60 down here. Now, I still need to put in the second set of teeth inside of the mouth here. But what I was thinking for the inside of our base here, yes, exactly like a whirlpool. So like Pirates of the Caribbean, towards the mouth, sort of like not a huge whirlpool, but just a little bit of one. Mm. Which is gonna be what we're gonna do, but on the inside here, my general idea was to down here simulate more water and then maybe make a ship graveyard right at the bottom, because like the Kraken eats ships, and I think it would make sense to like make a graveyard of like broken down ships down here. And like doing that will also let me sort of build these rafts up on the side of the build, like up here. So it's like people could have survived falling down. Maybe. Like, let's say some of them did and they tried to make it out, but they never did. Um, they ended up dying, right, after their ships had been eaten. So we have that area, so we can sort of build rafters up here where we have our actual builds or our actual base or our sorting system and stuff. Hey, Pickle. You had the worst, yes, best week of your career. Hmm. Well, okay. I'm listening. Now, what I really want to get done today is that, because I think that feels really good having sort of that here. And I sort of want to run those along on all sides. So BR gold, BR sheer gold, block one. Okay. So what are you gonna do? They thought, okay, well, but as long as you're getting it, like, it shouldn't be too much of an issue, right? So this is layer 10, and this is layer 26. Okay. Yes, I am going to do suction cups, and if I have time, I'm going to try and see if I can't get them done today. Oh shit. Okay, slash mask. Mask air. So you had to drive 2 hours at 11 at night. Well, I mean, that kind of sucks, not gonna lie. I don't like the curve on that. Move near goal box 15. Doing this build is like playing victim in a movie. What do you mean? Excuse you? I don't know whether to be upset or, like, I don't know how to interpret that, Pickle. We're just gonna start with a clean one then. Uh, well, the gold I'm sort of using as a, like, I can color it in afterwards. We're doing that because I think, like, a lot of squid have that. I might actually want to do the line better. Yeah, I do want to make the line better. Like, I was thinking like octopus and, yeah, webbing. Like, that's was my general idea with it. Hoping that I could do some webbing here. Not that I think it is actually going to be visible. Let's get that straight. I don't think it's gonna be visible underneath all the glass we're gonna be putting in. But I think it's gonna allow me to work a little bit more, give us more base area. So if I run I can be alright with that. What do you mean? Doesn't the whipping normally go... Pardon? I'm not sure I quite understand. What do you mean? Hey, Lofi. We've been good so far. Curving out curves in like... Yeah, doesn't it more or less do that when we do it like this? Like, doesn't that sort of curve outwards? Like, it needs to follow the legs to a certain degree. Or do you mean like it should be a V shape that goes a little bit further up the arms? Well, it's I still haven't finished this up. Like this one over here is pretty much just a test because I think I'm also gonna change up the way that feels. Like the head area here. I haven't quite decided how I want that to be. How I want that to come in yet. Or if the like that's gonna be the final shape for the octopus. So like I might still run up more in a V shape on the arms a little bit, but we'll see about that when we sort of like I think I want to do all the webbing first before committing to that idea or before I try out that idea. Because I'm still not 100% sure about this webbing. Like a part of me thinks it's the right call, but also like there is the fact that it's not going to actually be visible, so why am I putting that much energy into it? And also, like, not only am I putting a lot of energy into making it, it's also going to cost an ridiculous amount of materials. So it's like, wait, let me correct that. An incredible additional amount of blocks that's not gonna be seeable, really. Um, except if I do something where we're able to go outside underneath. And as for the suction cups and all that, that will come in later. I actually also want to give the, I think it was exclusive I was talking about this yesterday. I actually think I want to put in some almost tribal tattoo into the build. Like having some tattoos sort of run up on the arms and stuff using lapis, but I'll have to figure that out at a later date, I reckon. Depends very much on how well I manage to do this, I suppose. I have a feeling that that's terrible. Let's just go up and look. It's actually not too bad. Something like that, I think. I spot out a hole though. Check. Fix. Welded it is so nice. Like, doing things this way may add in a few unnecessary blocks. But it also means I can do it further away and I don't have to think so much about placement, so it's really nice. Oh yeah. Like, the smoothing tool is actually pretty neat. Except, like, it doesn't stick to my personal terraforming rules, which I really dislike. But it still does a pretty decent job, even though it doesn't follow my own rules for terraforming. Like, I have some rules in regards to, like, numbers I'm allowed to use when I'm terraforming. Which the smoothing tool doesn't utilize, but like when you're doing it on such a big scale, I don't think my rule really applies. It really just applies in the in this small scale. So, in case you haven't heard my rule, and might just be sitting there thinking, wait, what rule is he talking about? I tend to say that I don't have any even numbered except for a 2. So that means that if I'm going to be making like a small hill, I can do a 2, I can do a 3, I can do a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can do a 5, and I can do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And no surfaces may be longer than that. So that means if I were to like make a hill, of course I also have the 1. Like, you're also allowed to use the 1. But I think whenever you use this sort of method, well, you end up with, no matter what you do, sort of a convincing looking mountain. Or sort of a convincing looking hill that always have sort of the right shape. But I'm not sure it matters when you're making, like, if you're making a very big hill. But at least when I work with it on small scale, I think it makes it look a lot more alive. Like not having any surfaces that are longer than 7. And since I do like my paths to have like a center, if I ever were to make a path on it, it ends up always giving me I can always run a center path through it, as long as I run it in the uneven numbers. I have a feeling I made a hole over here. I didn't. Neat. Yesterday during stream, I sort of looked up what it took in order for something to be considered a mega base, right, on ChatGPT. And let me just show you the response it came with. Because I actually think that was a pretty a pretty good a pretty good description of what it needs. So it of course needs to be pretty big. So like I think the size, we got that down. Complexity and detail. So Well, we're not going to have a villager themed area, um, but it is going to be a big aesthetic build. Mm. Functionality, we're going to be able to put in the iron farm, the guardian farm, the gold farm we're not going to have. I might make a fully automated carrot farm just for fun, and we're going to of course have the auto system, storing system in it. Um, and we're going to be moving about with either nether portals and or our elytra, so that doesn't really uh, playtime and effort. This is definitely going to take almost 1,000 in-game days. So I mean, there's going to be a lot of effort and playtime in it. And I do think that it's going to have the bloody L factor. Um, so I think I think this will be considered a mega base once we're done with it in our hardcore world. And I think it's like my first like proper mega base. I've made some large bases in the past, but nothing to the scale of this. So I'm pretty sure this will qualify for what's considered a mega base. Well, yeah, that's sort of what I'm hoping anyway. I would be sort of sad if someone just came along and said, "Well, that's kind of small, ain't it?" I would be like, "Wait, but it's not really." Oh, hole. That gives me 2 or 3. So 1, 2, 3, and then we're just missing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 before we're sort of done with that. Wait, how do I have gold here? Yeah, I can be happy about that. Okay. Mm. So what, like, if we do stick to this webbing idea, like what that allows us is to, if need be, actually make an area out here underneath this squid where I can either walk out, I can maybe even open it up for water and keep it like... Should I move all my axolotls with me to the mega base? Is there a world where we do that? Hmm. Well, all of this is going to be under fake water, right? I'm pretty sure, since it's going to... Yeah, it's still inside of this. Uh, inside of this, so all of the area underneath here is going to be underneath a glass fog effect, I think. Um, but I haven't quite decided how to do that yet. I'm sort of stalling on it because I can't really find a way that I think is like super good, um, which bothers me a lot. Okay, I think we're gonna have to do this bit now. Just go like this all the way across. Oops. Well, I suppose it depends on what you mean by pool, actually. Because again, this is built right next to a ocean monument. Ah, tide pools. I could do that. I could do that. Right, like the reason why, like this has a very specific location, and I like the middle here is the middle of the ocean monument, right? So I want to have a guardian farm inside of my base for two reasons. I love Prismarine. I really like the way that works. Like if I were to like pick a favorite block and not stick with my situational stuff, it would be one of the Prismarines. I really like them. Hey, Salsa. Um, but that being said, it's also gonna function as my essentially new EXP farm because it's going to be almost as efficient as the gold farm. And it's just really nice having like your big farm, your big XP farm inside of your base, because that means it's always super easy to repair my tools. I don't have to take a trip to the nether or to another dimension in order to fix everything up real quick. I can do that by simply just being my base. Okay, that's webbing 2, or 4, sorry. Yeah, I think it's the correct choice to have webbing in here. Though I'm still sort of split on whether we should do like the V shape where it comes up a little bit on the arms. Where the hell do those gold come from? Alright, so we're really just moving along here. I'm actually making pretty decent time on this. Like, sure, the weapon takes a while to make. It's already been 40 minutes. Jesus Christ. But I think it's going to add so much to the build to have it here. When you have a blank wall, how do you... well, most of the time. Right. Well, it depends on what sort of wall you're talking about. If you're... like, for example, when I'm doing... I can just show you. Like, let's say that we're... like making a stone build of some sort. I pick out some stone of the preferred choice that I want to introduce into the build, right? So let's just say that we have a wall here for like a house. I try to pick out as many sort of different ways of like adding in texture. And I sort of decide that out beforehand. And then I just scroll quickly through them. Sort of giving the texture that it needs. As for color, because I tend not to like make a, like let's say you make a wall. I tend not to like make the entire wall first and then switching out afterwards. Like, of course I could do that, and then I could go like this. One there. Like, you could also go about it this way, but which is perfectly reasonable. But I just think it ends up being as much more work. So that's sort of like how I usually do the texturing. As for color-wise, if we're like when we're going with stone, like I think it's pretty easy with stone because you have all of these blocks that work very well together. What can we? If you're going for more of a red accent, I usually go with, like for an example, on some of the roofs in my hardcore world, I go for a. I usually go for something like this, where I just look for all the blocks that sort of work together. And see whether there's anything that could be like really interesting for it. Like I could also have gone with a roofing that was like this. On them, but I decided against it. And the reason why I'm using planks in this is because I of course want to keep like a like I want to keep it more or less the same coming through. Especially if I'm gonna be using stairs and stuff, because then I can be using stairs in either the crimson planks or the nether bricks or the mangrove planks that are somewhere in here. Not that I can find any right now, but there are supposed to be some. There. Then I would always be able to pick those out and sort of work the detailing with the same sort of block. No, hold on. Shovel. Sphere, gold, block 1, mask air. So sort of working with the blocks that work with each other most of the time. But if I need to work with blocks that are opposite colors, I usually try and tend to find the darker and gray tones where I can make them meet in that. So like let's say here with this I have the green and the blue. While they're not completely opposite, I try to use some gray tones from the tough blocks for like a nicer blend, and to highlight the blocks that I want highlighted. Because usually I pick out a main block for like a particular build or for a particular part of the build, and say, all right, this is the main course, right? This is the steak. Like imagine you're at a fancy restaurant, right? They serve all sorts of things, but like you have decided to pick this steak, right? And what the restaurant then does is they make their steak to perfection, but the steak in itself is actually kind of boring if you were to just eat that. They build the rest of the meal, the rest of the dinner, um, around enhancing the taste of the steak with all sorts of other tastes that are supposed to uh, make your taste buds focus more on the steak taste than on the potatoes or the sauce. And I suppose to a degree, it's sort of the same technique I use whenever I want to blend in and decorate my stuff. Like in a lot of my buildings, I tend to focus on the roof. Like that's where I want the main focus to be. Where when people see the roof, they're like, oh wow, that's a lot. But also, then they look more and more at it and they actually start liking it. Because while the roofs might be pretty extreme in my world, and they are very extreme, like I've made them very tall, I've made them in like wild shapes and such. I do think that it helps out a lot with the overall feel of the world. Like, and one thing, you shouldn't really be afraid to do things that look extreme, because again, it is just a sandbox game, and while you might want to put in some realism, like I try to anyway, with most of my builds. Like if I make a wild roof, I usually do some wild supports on it, right? Or make the building very big so it can actually support it. But generally speaking, just try out all the things that you think might work, and then if they don't, the great thing about Minecraft is that nothing really takes very long to like tear apart again. Hmm. Certainly sometimes. Mm. Certainly sometimes. Like you could say that I could make this perfectly symmetrical. Um, but the only thing that is symmetrical here is like the line where this connects up with the base of each these arms, right? I actually have a little bit of symmetry where these connect up at the exact same amount of blocks. But I then go out of my way to make it asymmetrical by having the shapes in. So symmetry, unless you mean it in a way where it's like if I do well, we'll just make a gold house. Like let's say I have a small house here. Have a small house here. We're just gonna make it by 5. Like let's say that's the 4 walls. Pull that around here. Let's say this is the 4 walls, and then you make like a window here. Does that mean there should be a window here? I don't think so. Like you can do it, and sometimes I do. But most of the time I try to go asymmetrical. Like, say, if we're supposed to have 4 windows on this build, I'd rather run them like that and then maybe make a small window there, here, here. I'd rather go more like that than having, and then I would of course need to remove that and place in the door here. Like, it's just a, if you make the building symmetrical, you're gonna have to do all the detailing asymmetrical, I think. At least that's what I prefer to do. Mm-hmm. What sort of build are you doing? Like, just out of curiosity? Is it a house? Is it a creature? Is it a mountain? Is it a temple? Like, what are you? Like, what's the game plan? Right. Well, I would suggest that you first look up. At least when I prepared a little bit for the Kraken here. Like, I already had a very general idea of what I wanted to do. Oh, good stretch. Oh, that's the best stretch I've had in a while. I do a little bit of research beforehand, just on the mythology and like general uh, interpretations of it, and like especially when you're working with buildings, like it is when you're doing mythical creatures, there's a lot of extra lore that you can look into. But if you were to look into like big builds in a Babylon style or more into the Shinto, you can look up sort of numbers that meant a lot to the to that civilization. So you know how we've like in modern times we have 379, right? And that's numbers that go like you'll be able to see in a lot of older houses. Not that it was intentional, but like it creeps into culture and into design. When you have a specific number that is important to your culture, you tend to have that number repressed inside of most of the architecture set civilization has. By that I mean like a uh, by that I mean that how do I articulate it? You'll be able to see that maybe a particular number meant a lot to your culture, and then you can go out and measure some of your walls, and you're likely going to see that at least one of those numbers is represented in your house. And you can sort of actually get a lot of the size measurements sort of done by doing that. And hey, Eclipse, I did, well, I don't know what happened. I haven't fixed it. But I still think I'm going to. I'm still gonna have to take a look at it at some point. But like yesterday after stream, I was playing around with it for a little bit. Or not really playing around with it. Like I decided to play a different game, then I tested it out in Discord. Or like did that Discord test where you can record your mic, and it worked just fine. And I was like, what the hell is going on? And then I opened OBS back up, and I like tested it in there, and suddenly it was working. I was just like, but I haven't done anything. I literally have not touched my microphone. But it just worked. And then like when I got home this morning, I was like, all right, let's there should be nothing wrong with streaming then. And right I was. Hey, it's been a while, knee guy. You're not gonna get me on that one, but you miss me, huh? Well. Well, not, no, I didn't. I didn't. You should have that on video, right? You almost had me last time, but I've been a lot more focused on not getting caught by it anymore. Or not getting caught by it after you came in. So, I mean... But how have you been? I hope everything has been well. Did you get any, did you catch any other, YouTubers out there who... Yeah, you said last time you were here that you, managed to, get a few people caught on it, which... I must admit, I have a little bit of mixed feelings on it, that you're trying to catch people out saying things that could get them cancelled. Like, I have a little bit of mixed feelings on it, but I can see like the humorous part of it, so I'm not gonna be too just bear in mind that words have power, right? So. Oh yeah? Well, I mean... Do people get upset, like, I understand if they do, but do they? I like. I'm curious. Do they get upset once they like, or would you say most catch themselves, or do most manage to stop themselves from joining in that way? Ah, right. No, but so, but would you say that most fall for it, or is it just, or is it only some? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. It's I get why people get upset. Um, like, I'm not trying to defend it at all. I'm just curious on. Honestly, I think it's like with my. I'm gonna choose my words carefully here, but I would love it if we could all just laugh it off as the joke it is whenever somebody comes in with a trying to trick you into saying something that you're not really supposed to say. I would love it if we could just laugh it off and go, as a society, I mean, and go, alright, that's a thing of the past, let's not, like, uh, even if I do say it, it's by mistake, and then, like, I have no ill intent. Because again, like, while words have power, let's get that straight, right? Words do definitely have power. Um, I think it's a shame if we can't laugh about the things that are sort of meant to be a joke, or at least don't have a bad intention behind it. Yeah, I think I did that too. I think I went neat, and then I went, oh wait. But at least, like, if like a knee guy, if I were to Mr. Knee, if I were to come with anything, could you at least like, because like if I were to say that out loud, if I actually were to get caught with that particular naming, I think I would be using a hard R, which is so much worse than using just the flat A sound. Like the that's kinda difficult to Alright, alright. Hmm. I don't know. You should be a little bit careful with it. Not that I'm like I'm not gonna decide what you can and cannot do. Uh, I would just hate for it to come back and haunt you in a few years, right? You're of course more than welcome to do what you feel like is fun. It's just some things are difficult to live down, especially when you put them online. And that is the 7 out of 8. Well, who knows? Maybe you'll join at some point where my brain is absolutely smothered by something, and I'll actually fall for it. But let's hope not, yeah? Yeah, I think the intent is worse than the word itself. Like, I think, I saw a video, um, with, like, TikTokers and YouTubers who've been cancelled over the years. Oh, who was it about? Um, I can't remember who it was about. Oh yeah, no, I can. What's her name or his name or whatever it is? Um, Only Jace? Does that ring a bell? Yeah, I think that's right. Um, Apparently, uh, when she was 16, uh, she got into an argument with someone. I don't know what sort of argument it came from, but anyway, she used a slur plus that person is just a slur and then lover, right? And the intention with that, like saying that, mm, not even using the slur as like the weapon, but saying that you love um, a person as a of a specific ethnicity just because, and calling them disgusting because of that, um, really just like the intention with that is so much worse than like anything I really could have imagined. Um, hey Draco, welcome. Yeah, right. And yeah, like I would love it if we could just. I mean, I don't care much for the word. I don't have a need to use it, but I don't see anything wrong with it as long as it's not used uh, with the intention to hurt. Now, the fact is that most people will assume you're using it with the intention to hurt. Like calling someone an asshole or the C word or all that sort of stuff. Like that society assumes that you're using said word in order to hurt people, and of course I can't really get behind that. Oh yeah, it is. I am nothing if not an idealist. That doesn't mean I'm delusional, by the way. But in an ideal world. In an ideal world, it would be nice if people just... if there were no words that were inherently hurtful. And we could use whatever language we saw fit, and we knew what intention people had with saying said word. Of course, that is not just idealistic, that is delusional. Knowing the intention of other people, but what a nice world it would be. Not having to worry about what you said when you were young and dumb, right? Alright, so now I just need to color them in, and we're gonna jump down here. We're gonna go /bir sphere 25 gold, oh sorry, gold block 25, and then we're gonna go mask gold. What? Gold block / material. And 11% prismarine, 11% moss, 11% oxidized copper, 11% polished tough. No, that you're chiseled, for sure chiseled. Tough, 11% stripped, warped, 11% bamboo, not bamboo, 11% green terracotta. Is there anything I'm missing here? We have the prismarine. Wait. Yeah, we have the polished 11% polished basalt. And I think that's the block blend. Nice. And we run that across these in this beautiful manner. Pretty quickly we can get a outline of this done. There we go. Alright, I think we're gonna save a copy of this as 2.1 or 2.2, I can't remember whether. So I need a stick. Boop. Potato. Potatoes are good. Good, healthy. They're overall good for you. Eat potatoes. I don't know. I'd rather not be a potato. Yeet. That should cover it. Area editor, save, and we're gonna call this Kraken 2.1. Alright. Kraken save 2.1 test. Because now I should have the option to go over here. Wait, why do I not have the bottom of it? Can that really be true? No, okay, so it was just not coming along. I just couldn't see it in the schematic, that's fine. Oh wait, shall we see how terrible this is already? Ah. 437,000 blocks so far. Oh, that's some lag from pasting it in. Why is it so laggy? Is it still trying to load in everything? I suppose so. Feels laggy for whatever reason. Oh well. But yes, now we have a copy that has that on it. Which means I can try to use the V shape here on this one to see what we like best. Because now I have like the two. Right next to each other. Okay, so if we try with the V shape. I suppose I say then I need to go up to somewhere like here. Can I like stand down here and reach that while trying to come towards me, myself, and I? And I might try to give it sort of a small curve to it. Well, I'll try with this. I actually won't try with this. Wow, I can go far back. Maybe I'll try to do it this way instead. I feel like it should have gone in instead. I don't like any of that. I hate working in double dimensions. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that too. I think it's gonna work very well with copper, and like it's just another orange block. We don't actually have that many orange blocks in the game right now. So I'm like really looking forward to seeing how it's gonna like work as a blending block. I think it's gonna work nice for like a lot of warm builds. I think like I'm really excited about that part, I suppose. Yeah, that's better. That's way better. It's just difficult to do. Like, how far did I take it up? Let's just get a specific block number. So about just 73. That means it's also going to come out a little bit of the water, which actually going to look pretty nice. Oh. Hmm. Well, I can definitely give this side more. Yeah, I think it's actually gonna, like, it helps out a lot on the build. And Jesus Christ, there you go. I think it helps out a lot on the build, getting that little V shape in. Like, not that it's a huge V shape, but ah, shit. Yeah, it does indeed. It does indeed. If it makes it feel so much more organic. And the fact is, it's actually going to be visible above the water, or above the fake water that we're going to be making. Meaning that it's gonna, like, actually also make a difference for the build, more than just having a little bit of webbing down there, at least. Alright, continue. We almost had 2 hours just on the webbing now. It's taking me longer than I thought. I actually thought I would be able to get to some suction cups and some tattoo designs today, but we'll see, we'll see. Hmm. How many am I missing on this? 1, 2, 3. Okay. I think in future builds we'll use redstone blocks instead of gold for this sort of stuff. I might switch on over to that going forward also. Because I'm actually having a little bit of difficulty seeing it with the the sun shining at it, whether there's a hole through or whether it's just gold shining in the sunlight. Yeah, it does. I could turn them off just for this, but I also sort of like to see how the light works with my build. Because we're going to be playing with shaders, right? So I might as well have them in to try and utilize that feeling as much as possible. Then I don't have to be so much aware of where the sun is and stuff like that when building. That's filled in. And now for the last one. And so we go. In on this last bit here. So 2 hours later, we have all the webbing done. We've almost spent 100 in-game days designing this thing. If you don't find that at least a little bit wild, I don't know what you will find wild, because this is. I actually find that pretty insane. Oh yeah, for sure. The payoff is definitely worth it. I hope. Well, we can't guarantee that it's gonna be worth it, but because imagine if we die while doing it, right? Then all of this work will just have been for nothing. But that being said, I'm so some of it. I haven't quite decided yet. I might. I might. Um, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fill the bottom up with the shipwreck effect. Um, I'm pretty sure we're gonna be doing that. And I might make the Guardian farm too, just because it needs to be in a very specific location, right? So there's that, of course. Okay, I think we're gonna start looking into tattoos, or rather, patterns. So we're gonna pull that over here. And I was thinking that we were either gonna go with something like this. That's not how you spell it. But there you go. I think I might just go for something akin to that. Or over in this. Yeah, probably something like this for reference. And we're going to be using lapis for that, plus the blue glazed terracotta. Now, I suppose there's only one way to begin this, and that's by Why do I feel like I have more glazed in there? There you go. Although, do I want to put in this, the tribal? Like, like, because I can't decide. Is this just gonna be a massive amount of work that we're not gonna be able to see anyway? Like, what do you guys think? Is it just going to be a massive waste of time that's not actually, that's not actually going to matter? Like, I'm considering doing sort of a tribal, almost tattoo-esque thing all over the arms. Um, well, I mean, I guess it's gonna matter on this, right? If I do it up the arms too. Yeah, never mind, never mind. We're gonna be doing it this way. But it is going to be a massive amount of manual work, this. Like, and I think it's also gonna help me center the suction cups doing this. Hey, Science Turtle. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. We're sort of working on the Kraken. We've just done the webbing here. And now I'm sort of doing a blue, trying to go for like a blue tribal tattoo-ish esque design going all around all of the arms. Though I can't decide if it's too much. Well, let's try and start from the tip instead. So from all the way up here. No, I honestly think that's going to be too much. Wild. Okay, that means I suppose we just start working on the suction cups. I haven't quite decided what sort of block I should be using for that yet. Hmm. Could I use honey or slime? As sort of a translucent block that is going to stick out just a little bit. Like, it doesn't stick out a whole bunch, but I think I really like that actually. That's probably also going to allow light in, which is also a big bonus. That is way off to the side. I gotta put it somewhat in the middle at least. Should I make like one of those in the in the middle of them? I think that makes good sense. happy to hear that. I feel they're sort of sketchy, but I don't know. It's just sort of a weird thing to put on my build, I feel like. Yeah, you might be right. Mm. Yeah, they are lighter. They're almost whitish. So, we're gonna need an accordingly whitish block. To make them stand out. Let's just try that too on these ones down here. I mean, instead of slime, we could of course also be using glass. Ooh, what about if we use white stained glass instead of a solid block? Because then we stay with that. Like, it's definitely still gonna be visible. Still gonna bring in the white. It's just not going to be a solid block. That also makes it a lot easier, bringing in the some natural light into the base. Yeah, I think I like that a lot actually. I might even be able to do a light effect now on the back of it. Oh, almost missed this. Yeah, I think so too. I think this is a really good change to it. Yeah, now they're like visible compared to that where they aren't really visible. Okay. Wait, do I have a hole in there? There we go. Okay, so now we fix up these ones. We're gonna have to delete that at some point. Oh, it might also be a lot smarter doing this from in the inside. Now that I stand here. Oh, I completely missed the mark on that one. There's the next one. Yeah. I also need to start making the tentacles a little bit smaller as we get closer to the end of the arm like we did here. Okay, wait, so let's just try with some no, let's go with some sea lanterns. To go on the inside. What if I were to put one right underneath this slime? Or on the slime block that's always sticking out. I don't know if that's too much. That feels like a little bit much, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Maybe I can get away with just putting glow lichen onto the glass to make it less see-through. Still illuminate a little bit, and then sort of work it that way. But first, let's get rid of the lanterns. Should it now be on the inside or the outside? That's the question of the century. Let's try one on the inside where I cover all of the visible glass. Hello. And one on the outside, and then see whether that sort of works. I think I like it better on the outside. No, well, we forgot to put glass on. Okay, hello. Excuse you. I forgot to put glass here too. Did I not finish up all the glass stuff? Yeah, just a little bit, which is the intention. Like that way they're visible, but not like super visible. So they're just popping a little bit, which I like. That's what we're gonna do. Hey, exclusive. The date went good. I got home this morning, so all was good. Valentine's fell on a good day yet this year, so yeah, I don't know what to say. It went well. We had fun. It was a good, like we went out to eat, and then we went home to watch some movies. Yes, I think that makes it pop way more. Okay, so now we just do that to this lake too. Well, experience makes it sound like it's something I've never tried before. Going on a date on Valentine's Day, but no. Like, I don't know, it was just a chill afternoon. And no, the mic suddenly just started working. I'm just probably still gonna get a new one, because it likely goes a little bit deeper than just, like, uh, it likely goes deeper than the mic just being weird. So I'm still gonna take it to the shop and have it looked at. Um, but for now it works, which I'm grateful for, I suppose. The brush tool can't be used on glow lichen. Besides, it's specific placements we want in here, so. But like if you try to use VR sphere 1, glow lichen 1, it does the. It just instantly breaks. Ah, it's not that I'm gonna be wasting any money on it. Like, I'm pretty sure the headset is fairly new, which means it's still covered by replacements. I can still get it covered. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. Break, 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 break. Whoops. There we go. let's put another one here. Well, I figured that slime wouldn't jump out too much. Like, I don't want the suction cups to be super visible. I want them to, like, when you're looking at them, you know that they're suction cups. And we're sort of going with the blue and green, right? So I figured, like, a halfway translucent block would be pretty decent for the goal of suction cups. While we're using the white, because we looked at a picture of a suction cup, and that those are actually mostly white, no matter what the color of the squid is. And then we're putting glow lichen on it, just to make it pop a little bit, and also bring some light into the build, or some light into, like down here, where I can then have some put up a suction cup and actually bring natural light into the build. Which is pretty neat. I feel like I'm missing a suction cup there. Alright, and we keep going. Oh yeah, this is getting really repetitive, but it's just part of the process, I suppose. But like we did the webbing, which I decided to go for more of a V shape. Huey suggested it, and I must admit I prefer that a lot more than I do the round. I made another copy of it over here where I have it just with the round. While this doesn't look too bad either. I just feel like it looks a lot better with the sort of, well, wings or V shapes on it. Like, and they also crawl up the arms just a little bit, which I really like, because that's actually going to go above the water. Hey Yash, welcome. It's been a while. Good seeing you again, man. How have you been? I hope everything is well. Pretty good here. Pretty good here. Nothing really exciting to write home about, but it's a pretty good life right now. We've started work on the Kraken, as you might have guessed from the title of the video, or of the stream, and we still got very far to go in regards to finishing it up, but we're making slow but steady progress. Hey, Salsa. How are you? Alright. So, yeah, this is what the Kraken and the next mega build and what's going to turn into our base is going to look like. What's up? So? Yeah, this is gonna be where we're gonna be constructing our mega base on the inside of this thing. And we're gonna have plenty of space for it with this. Yeah, I really like that we can actually, that the light comes through the arms. That's really nice. Also on the inside. Wait, where are we? Oh, here. Okay. Well, it's so well. You've been swallowed by a kraken. It's not really supposed to be a picnic in the park, you know. So it's supposed to feel a little bit creepy and a little bit like. It's supposed to feel a little bit creepy and a little bit scary when you get swallowed by a kraken. Hmm. Well, I mean, I'm not opposed to actually making a Utopia build at some point where we have rainbows and unicorns, but well, I might not make rainbows, but well, although I did see this one YouTuber who made a rainbow mountain out of wool, like a proper mountain, um, like a hilly mountain thing out of wool, all the different colors of wool, and I actually thought that was kind of cool. We might do something similar to that. At some point. Oh. Oh. Mm, you said something about being my pit ant like 2 days ago. So, I mean, that's pretty much it. hmm Some suction cups all over it, so that it makes sense that it can grab and hold on to things. Though they are sort of difficult to make, I think. Wow. We'll have to do a lot of cleanup apparently inside of it. I actually thought it was more or less clean on the inside, but apparently not. I might just try and run another hollow command to see whether that can do the trick for me. Otherwise, I might just go through with a make air spheres. What do you mean? The color blocks one by one? You mean these? Oh no. I would use the world edit for it. World edit for Bedrock? That, I must admit, I don't know. I really don't know whether Bedrock or not has world edit. I really don't know. There might be an iteration you can get for it, but I'm not sure. No. I'm not, like, I might be, unhinged, but not to that point. Not to that point. I know there's a couple of bots in my, or rather, no, not bots, more, I mean, mm, mm, not bots, I mean, advertisers who just want to, mm, mm, no, that's not gonna work. Sorry, a couple of advertisers who want me to use their designs for thumbnails and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure that like there's a couple of those in the Discord, and they've never interacted with anyone. So how do I swirl this? They just don't get an out like that. Okay. Yeah, that's still good in the middle. So the next one needs to be here. This makes little sense to me, but there we go. Hey, Fawn. Nah, it's all right. It's all right. It just means you get to come in and take a look at all the proccers we've done. So this is what we're working with for now. This is the inside of it so far. Like we're still working and we're still detailing, we're still doing a lot of stuff, but the build is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Not gonna lie, it's becoming scary big at this point. The Kraken in itself at this point is about 500,000 blocks, almost 500,000. Oh, and we're gonna need so much glass. Oh wait, I just gotta stand up and get a good stretch in. Oh, I'm sore. Oh. All right, good stretch. So the Kraken is about 500,000 blocks. Um, and there's gonna be so much glass. I wouldn't be surprised if we're at like 900, between 900 and 1.2 million blocks when we're done with all of this. How am I gonna get into survival, you ask? Well, I mean, our starter island. I'm pretty sure there's more than 1 million blocks put down in that, all put together. So it's just that it's more or less the same. How did I miss that many holes in this? Oh, sorry, that must have been loud. Wait, why are you not? Mask, gold. There you go. It felt good though, if that helps you. That sneeze felt real good. So I think I'm starting to swirl it over, so we're just gonna be putting our first one here. Oh, wow, that's a walk. Alright, for my own sanity. And I mean, like, the block palette for it is actually surprisingly easy to get. So I'm not too worried about that part. Like, I think it's gonna be, as I said, surprisingly easy to get all the blocks required, as we almost already have farms that produce all of the blocks that are currently in use in the wait, holy fuck, that's way off. No. I do have to put it in here. Well, I mean, it is pretty, a pretty natural response, I think. Uh, I would probably have thought the same thing. Okay, does your mother still live at home, or like, uh, why aren't they living together? I don't know. It sounds kind of weird when you put it like that, I think. And now it starts swirling, right? Yep. Okay, good. One second. Oh wow, that's a while. That's a while. One more like that. Boop, 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 boop. I think we're gonna do another one. I think we're gonna start on the ones now. Oh, whoops. Final on that one. He failed? Really? Well. Don't you get multiple tries at the exam? In your country? But I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. That most certainly sucks. Five Fs? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's pretty intense. There's no way to appeal it or anything like that? Ah, right. Well, but... I don't know, like I can just say in Denmark we usually... And I actually thought that was pretty much universal. That you actually have 3 attempts at any given exam. So even if you do flunk it, or if you think your teacher was being a dick, you can go, yeah, that's not the grade I deserve, and then retake the exam if you want to. That is. Okay. That's pretty wild. I'm sure he could if he want. Like, I can't see a world where they wouldn't do that. As long as his other grades are alright. Because, like, they should... Because the way it's structured, at least in the entirety of Europe, it is structured that way because if people were to get sick or get an anxiety attack or whatever during the exam, you can always retake it. That's the reasoning for it originally, but later it's been expanded on pretty extensively too. I might try and switch out this glass with a grey instead. But I'm not sure. Or maybe a lime green. Well, regardless, whether or not there is, it still sucks, right? So. It still sucks major. It's important to pay attention the entire year and not just part of it. Because otherwise that could end up happening. There you go. Yeah. How is it the saying goes? Curiosity killed the cat. Oh, what's the full saying? Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought him back. That's how it goes. Remembered it before I could even Google it. Oh well. Wise. No peeking, eh? I don't know. 50? 52 is gonna be my guess. I feel like you said 50 not long ago, so 53. 53 is my final guess. I'm locking in on that. Ah, close enough. Why 2026? Why not now? Ah, right. Well, I mean, that makes a lot of a difference. Very big difference. Mm. Yeah, yeah, well, I mean, that is what a father should do, Fawn. That is sort of what a father should do. I don't know, all this building upside down is messing with my head. Like trying to stick with some very particular shapes is hella difficult actually. Yeah, yeah, of course. Homework is the hard work you put before your exams. If you don't do the homework, how are you ever supposed to be able to do the actual tasks? Like homework prepares you for the exam. Like that's the entire point with it. Like homework has no other use than to prepare you and make sure you've sort of learned what you're supposed to learn. Nothing else. If you do your homework every day and make sure that you stay up to date and listen in class, there's no way you're ever going to fail an exam. At least not at the level you guys are at. Hmm. Well, hold on, what the fuck's going on here? Oh, the copy is kinda bad on that? Okay. Um, I'll fix that later. I'll fix that later. 4 hours is my limit though, especially with this. Like, it's very repetitive, so. But we managed to do about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 arms, meaning we have 3 arms tomorrow that we have to do tentacles on. But like the light in here, like time, set, day. Like that also gives a huge improvement to this. Well, that's not fair. Vaughn, that's not fair. No, 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 no. A Kraken is just a big octopus. Octopus, 8 arms. So, no. An octopus is supposed to have 8 arms, and since we're making an octopus, it's we still have to do another set of teeth. Whenever I do something, apparently the teeth sort of just end up disappearing, like the second set of teeth that I put in. Which really sucks, to be completely honest. I absolutely hate that it disappears, but I really do like the way this feels now in here. Like, it's going to be a massive build. Oh, is that what's... Oh my god, is that what light looks like when it flies through slime? My god, I love that. I'm gonna use that more. That's like laser beams. That's so cool. Like, would you look at that? With that little bit of white in there too. That's actually really cool. But, as I said, the Kraken here is already at 437,000 blocks. Oh my god. For a second there, I thought it said 4.3 million. But no. Grass blocks? Oh, well, I mean, that's actually going to take away a lot of... Oh, yeah, right, there's the walls and the glass there, too. Okay, I might be able to cut up about 120,000 blocks off that, then. If, like, the grass isn't counted. But tomorrow we are... Like, I'm not going to keep going today. Like, I'm tired. But tomorrow we will complete the last suction cups on the tentacles. We will then start working on the head down here. So I can pop in the eyes where I want those to be and all that sort of stuff. So it's gonna be a big... like, we're gonna be doing more shaping tomorrow, which is gonna be kind of cool, but also kind of scary in its own way. I'll just go over and make sure that these are as they're supposed to be before calling it a day. That there are no holes. That I have to be afraid of. Always double check your work. Yeah, the stream is gonna end soonish. I'm just gonna complete the wings or the whatever with the webbing here. Make sure that all of it is as it's supposed to be. No holes here, good. And have we flown? No, we have not flown all the way around. Does this area look a little bit bright? It does. Alright, see you soon, hopefully, fun. And good luck studying, and tell Eclipse that I'm sorry. That it sucks. I'm sure he's gonna be alright. Alright, so that completes these areas here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so do I. Cheerios. Bye. Alright, so I think we're gonna end the stream right here. And so thank you so much for watching. I had a blast. Tomorrow we'll continue with the suction cups, and then we'll get to some of the shaping of the head for the squid. But with that being said, cheerio, thank you for watching, and Joe out.